Today's session of the Post-Trial Study Group, or PTSG, in the case against Letitia Stauch, is hosted by Crime Curious and sponsored by the Law Offices of Clifton Black and Excalibur Private Investigation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Dorothy Otnow Lewis, Lewis, MD.
Okay. And Dr. Lewis, we're going to talk a little bit to start off with about your education and then some of your work experience that has given you insight into some of the issues that we're going to be discussing and then some of your other qualifications. Is that okay?
Fine.
All right. Where, Dr. Lewis, did you go to undergrad?
I went to Radcliffe College of Harvard University.
And was there a rank in which you graduated from there? Was there a rank in which you graduated? Were you magna cum laude?
I was, magna cum laude, right.
Yes. And what does that mean?
That's with high honors.
Okay. And after graduating from there, where did you go to school next?
I subsequently went to Yale University School of Medicine.
And do you remember what year you graduated from Yale University School of Medicine?
In 1963.
After you graduated from Yale Medical School, where did you go next? Did you do a fellowship or what did you do next?
After graduation, I received a fellowship from the National Institutes of Mental Health, and it was a research fellowship, and in which I was studying the ability to measure an individual's capacity for intimacy, for the ability to relate warmly to other human beings or empathically to other people.
And how long did you do that for?
For a year.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
After that, I did an internship in pediatrics.
And how long did you do that?
For a year.
For a year. And what did you transition from your internship in pediatrics? Where did you transition to next?
I then did my adult psychiatry training at the Yale University School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry.
Okay, so then you went back to Yale to specialize in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And how long were you at Yale Medical School the second time?
Endless. It was 2 years in adult psychiatry, and then I did 2 years in child and adolescent psychiatry.
Okay.
So that would be a total,
I think, of 4.
With medical school, quite a few years.
Okay. And then with your training specifically in adolescent and pediatric psychiatry and psychology, what did you use? Where did you take that training and where did you go to next?
When I studied adult psychiatry, I did my first year of training at the West Haven VA hospital. And then the second year of adult training was completed at Yale New Haven, mostly on the inpatient service and in part on the outpatient clinic.
What kind of stuff did you see when you worked with the VA?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes. It was primarily men, and it was individuals who had varying amounts of experience and time in the service. But it was an inpatient service, and much of the time I was on a locked service because it was with patients where there was a risk to themselves or perhaps to others, were in an open ward.
Okay. And then after that, did you move on and do other stuff in either pediatric or adolescent psychiatry?
Yes. After the adult training, I spent 2 years at the Yale University Child Study Center, and this was actually most of the training there was outpatient training in diagnosis and treatment of children and adolescents.
And at some point in time, did your training in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry come to kind of intersect to some degree with the court system?
Yes.
Could you explain that for us?
Yes. During my training in child psychiatry, I became interested in the juvenile court in New Haven. And so I began by just spending 1 day a week at the juvenile court, just sitting, listening in, and being available if there were any way I could be useful. And at that time, it became clear that the court was handling some extremely emotionally, psychiatrically, sometimes medically, neurologically disturbed children and their families. And what is more, they really had no services to offer these people. So what I did is I collaborated with the head of probation and also with the chief judge at the court, and we applied for a grant to create a clinic at the juvenile court in New Haven. And to the best of my knowledge, I think it was the first court clinic, period, psychiatric clinic in Connecticut that had ever been. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was. And to the best of my knowledge, I worked there for quite a few years, and it has continued to be funded, and it continues to exist.
Exist even today?
I think so.
Okay. Were there a time then when you kind of moved from working with adolescents to an older population with psychiatry?
Yes, I'm trying to think of any exact of when that occurred.
Well, do you remember being invited to join either the facilities of Columbia University or New York University or NYU?
Well, there was another year in between there.
Well, what happened in that other year then? I'm sorry.
While at the juvenile court clinic, the purpose of the clinic was one, service, and to the court and to the families there, and also research if any research issues came up to study them. And so I worked with a neurologist, a social worker, learning disabilities people, what have you, and we discovered that there were a fair number of pretty serious psychiatric, neurologic disorders in this group. And what we did is we did some studies to try to measure, were there any differences between, let's say, ordinary adolescents in the New Haven area who were not delinquent and the court clinic population. And we found that indeed there were. And we published some papers on the differences between some of the fairly severe neuropsychiatric problems that distinguished the delinquent group from the other group, from the matched group of non-delinquents. And somehow our work became better known. And then
while we're going back and talking about that work, were those in what are called, back to those articles being published, were those published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is it's a scientific journal, and it's a journal in which you submit your whatever your research findings are, and then they are reviewed by other people who are experts in your field, often bigger experts in your field than you are, and they're reviewed to see whether they merit being published or not. And they were. And subsequent to that, I think I'd forgotten to mention, I received a call from someone at the state, somebody in, I think, in corrections, and they had some funds in order to study juveniles at a correctional institution in Connecticut that had been created for seriously aggressive delinquents. It was a kind of new concept. And they asked whether I could put together a group similar to the group whom I had put together for the court clinic, and whether we could study the juveniles at the institution for severely violent delinquents. And so we did do that, and we did do research that compared some of the more aggressive delinquents with the less aggressive, and eventually we were able to move out a little, and we were able to actually get a group of non-delinquents, and we were able to do a matched sample. It was from New York and from Connecticut, of delinquents and non-delinquents from the same socioeconomic background, but one had been in trouble with the law, one had not. And we published that. I think that was maybe one of our more influential kinds of papers. And I think that it was perhaps as a result of that and some of the other papers that we had published that I received invitations to join the faculty at several of the universities in New York. And so I moved my work, and I moved to New York. I moved my work to New York City.
And back to those studies that were fairly influential, was part of the reason they were influential is because they were kind of groundbreaking and contrary to how people had been looking at juvenile offenders prior to that.
Oh, yes. They were different from what I had expected. When I began my work, it was during the era of West Side Story, where we're depraved because we're deprived, right? And really, that was how I had trained and what I expected to find. And I was surprised to find what I found at the court clinic, and then later at the school for delinquent kids. And yes, it was new, and it's always been an area of disagreement, of argument, of questioning. But I think by now it's fairly well accepted. But at the time, it was a surprise to me and to the people who read our work.
Okay. And then you were indicating you moved your practice to New York. Where specifically in New York? Well,
I received invitations to join the faculty of Columbia University, Cornell University, and New York University. And it was, it was a difficult choice, a kind of heady choice. And I decided to pick NYU, New York University. It may have been the least prestigious of the three, but they had a prison. And New York and Cornell and Columbia, they were not delighted having services for violent adolescents or violent adults, whereas NYU, first of all, its base is Bellevue Hospital. And Bellevue was the very first general hospital in our whole country. anywhere. And Bellevue was very well known for having a prison unit in it. And Cornell and Columbia didn't go for that. So I decided to take a position at NYU at Bellevue, and I commuted there for about 20 years from New Haven to New York.
And then, so that allowed you to continue doing research in a certain population and how neurological and psychiatric things affect that specific population. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it extended your opportunities, because in a general hospital you have equipment, you have MRIs, you have EEGs, you have the ability to do 24-hour EEGs. There are opportunities that you just don't have at a court clinic or in a detention facility, so that it did give you an opportunity. Also, it had other faculties. They're all different fields in any general hospital. So it gave you the opportunity to consult. If you didn't know what was going on or you had questions, you had other people you could ask and you could consult with, so that it was an ideal place to try to do research on. By this time, the research was on the correlates of violence and the distinction between what perhaps creates a violent individual and what kinds of things may be protective from violence.
And did you continue? So you continued to do research, and did you continue to have articles published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
If you were just going to guess off of the top of your head, how many articles in peer-reviewed journals have you had published that specifically go to kind of this type of thing you're talking about, criminal acts and neurology and psychiatry?
Well, almost all of them are in that field. I haven't counted. My guess is somewhere between 100 and 200, but okay. I don't know.
And then at some point, because of the articles that you've had published and the research that you had been done, were you then starting to be requested to do evaluations or consult on criminal cases?
Yes, actually, you remind me of how this did come about.
Okay.
We had, I had started to do a study on homicidal young children, and it turned out that that in our young ward for kids, psychiatrically impaired children, that there were a high percentage of actually homicidal young children. This was a shock to me. I did not expect this. And when we published, we actually would categorize what we found, because it was hard for us to believe and hard for others. But a child tried to set fire to her mother's hair. Another child attacked a babysitter with knives. So that it was a surprise. And it was published, I think it was published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry or in the American Journal of Psychiatry. But now I recall how I came to see adults. The article came to the attention of Diane Sawyer, who was on television at the time in a morning show. And so I was interviewed about our findings there. And we had found that the homicidal young children at Bellevue differed from the non-homicidal but mentally disturbed children at Bellevue in several ways. One was that there were histories usually of very severe physical and or sexual abuse. The extent to which emotional abuse contributed, we were not able to really measure well. But a combination of that, a history of severe brain injury or injury to the central nervous system, and or a history of a predisposition to certain kinds of now things that we consider to be, at least in part, genetic predispositions to psychoses, as in individuals who are predisposed to whatever schizophrenia now is. It changes its definition from year to year or so, but it's considered a severe and in part, heritable disorder. So that we discovered that this distinguished the homicidal kids from the other ones. And 2 days after I had been interviewed, I received a call from I think one of the heads of, I think it was the public defender's office in West Palm Beach in Florida. I think it was Dick Burr there. And he said that he or people on his staff had witnessed the interview with Diane Sawyer. And he said, I think I have a case in my group that sounds so much like the children you described. Would you be willing he happens to be on death row. Would you be willing to come down to Florida and examine this person? And I said, sure, yeah. And so I did go down, and I did as careful an assessment as I could. At the time, I did not have all of the assistants, like the neurologist I worked with, the psychologist, what have you. But by God, the gentleman that I saw resembled these kids, and that was that. And a few months later, I received another call. I believe again it was from Dick Burr, and he said, "I think we have another inmate." And I think his group was responsible for all of the death row inmates at West Palm Beach in Florida then. And would you come down and see this person? And I did. The thing that I remember most about that particular individual was that he had a dent in his skull. We tend to do neurologic as well as psychiatric assessments as far as we can. And he had a dent, and it turned out that his father had run over his head with a cart and a horse. And you don't get much better data than that in terms of documenting injury. And we did find that, yes, there were similarities again. And so again, we pulled together a few $1,000s, and then I was able to recruit a neurologist, Dr. Jonathan Pincus, and a learning disability specialist, Barbara Bard, who taught at one of the colleges in Connecticut, and a psychologist. I do not remember at the moment who it was. And what we did is Dick Burr had us evaluate all of the death row inmates that were in his group or his assignment, with one exception. And the one exception was there was one inmate there who had been diagnosed as having a severe psychotic disorder. And we didn't want to see anyone who had already been evaluated, and we didn't want to skew in the direction of pathology or not pathology. So that that subject was eliminated. But other than that, we evaluated all of the inmates, the death row inmates in his group, and we published that study, and I think that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. And I think that that's what kind of gave my work a sort of kick in that direction, because it was unexpected and fascinating new insight into some of the things that go along with homicidally aggressive behavior.
And since that time, could you estimate how many criminal cases you've been asked to do evaluations on?
Oh dear, I don't know. I'm not certain. I would have to guess somewhere between 1 and 200 or more adults on death row by and large, but I'm not sure. It could be more.
And a significant portion of those cases that you were brought in to do the evaluations on were death penalty cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of this work, did it start to become apparent to you that there were many cases of, it was called multiple personality disorder at the time, but now it's called dissociative identity disorder, many cases of individuals on death row who had the disorder who had not been diagnosed properly?
No.
Okay.
In part, when I say no, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. What it means is that when I trained, that the very diagnosis was up for grabs, and perhaps it still is. It depends on the experience, the sophistication, the training of the individual. But I had been trained to be very skeptical about the existence of this kind of disorder, and so I have little question, but that maybe over the first quite a few years that I worked on death row or worked with very dangerous people, I think I missed the diagnosis because you can't see what you don't believe exists. You just can't. You miss it, and so that I'm fairly sure that it existed, but I didn't recognize it. And then over the years, as I was confronted with more obvious kinds of cases, and also sometimes people had diagnosed something before I had. And when I was asked to evaluate the individual, I became more aware of what this disorder was like. But when I first went into this field, I did not have any idea that I would be seeing this, nor did I think it existed really.
And then through your training experience over the years, you were able to recognize it and diagnose it more often. Would that be accurate?
Yes. And what I tended to do, because I was aware of my own skepticism, we do not often videotape our interviews. It's not usually possible. It's a very complicated thing in a prison. But what I did do was, if there were cases where I said, nobody is going to believe this, those are the cases that I would say, let's videotape these and then leave it up to whoever sees it, if it's a jury, if it's other clinicians. But so it was at that point that we started to at least videotape some of our more problematic cases. And then you could start to document more of the objective signs, symptoms, behaviors that led to that diagnosis.
And have you published peer-reviewed journals on either multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder as is now known?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No,
Okay.
I don't. I can think of one that I think is the most maybe important one that we published, and the reason was that in a lot of these kinds of cases, particularly cases where there is a question of malingering or of trying to get away with something or what have you, you really want to be able to document something that you didn't create. It was there before they set eyes on you, because when people make this diagnosis, they're often accused of suggesting it. And so what we would try to do is at least document and videotape when there were data that antedated our contact with the individual whom we were seeing, and that's how we would get objective evidence that something existed.
And you also ended up writing a book based primarily on your dealing with death row inmates who suffer from, I think I said multiple personality disorder or dissociative disorder.
Yes.
What was the name of that book?
Guilty by Reason of Insanity.
And then you've also been the focus of a documentary that was on HBO.
Yes.
So you tell me a little bit about that. Sure.
Our work became better known. Better known in certain circles, I guess. And a producer named Alex Gibney became aware of my work and just contacted me to try to get consultation on a mini series that he was going to be creating with Laura Dern, with the actress, and she was going to play a woman psychiatrist who saw death row inmates. And somehow he got my name and interviewed me, and I brought with me some of the tapes that we had made of some of the more interesting cases that we had had. And after, 2 or 3 sessions working together, he said, Dorothy, I don't want to do the mini series. I want to do a documentary on you. And it was a staggering occurrence. And of course, I said, fine.
Yeah.
And so we worked on it together for about 4 years. And alas, it came out, I think, the very first day of COVID, a disaster. And it now is on HBO, and it can be seen, and it's called Crazy Not Insane.
So the same title as your book?
I beg your pardon?
The same title as your book?
No, the book is Guilty by
Reason
of Insanity, and the documentary on HBO is Crazy Not Insane.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
What are some of the jurisdictions that you've been qualified as an expert?
I can tell you states.
Sure, that would be.
Let me just name a few. Let's see: the state of Washington, California, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Kentucky, New Jersey.
And do you know what fields have you been qualified to give expert testimony in?
What?
What fields?
In what fields? As a clinician, as in
the clinical psychiatrist.
Yes, as a psychiatrist, I think that I've been asked, particularly when there have been issues of psychiatric and neurologic combinations of disorders or questions, because well, obviously the brain and the mind are connected, and so that your training is in both fields. In psychiatry, 2/3 of your exams are in psychiatry, 1/3 in neurology. Vice versa, if you're a neurologist, 2/3 of your boards are in neurology and 1/3 in psychiatry. And since I worked and published with Dr. Pincus, who was a professor at Yale, and then I think at St. Elizabeth's, we were often asked to work on similar cases and work together and learn from each other.
And at least now you're, just for the jury's knowledge, right now you're more or less semi-retired, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so are you currently board certified right now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you board certified in?
In psychiatry.
In psychiatry. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would offer Dr. Lewis as an expert in psychiatry and ask her to be allowed to issue opinions in accordance with.
Prosecution?
May I vote aye, Your Honor?
On qualifications?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you doing?
Hello.
My name's Dave Young. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask a couple questions about what you're doing now. What does semi-retired mean?
Well, I've retired from teaching regularly at NYU and at Yale, although I may give a talk now and then, or in another setting, I may be invited to do a presentation or give a talk. And I'm working on analyzing data. We have a great deal of data that have never yet been analyzed, so that I'm working on that and working on writing, and on occasion accepting a case such as this to assist in the diagnosis or it's usually of a violent individual.
And when you testified earlier about certain circles recognize you as an expert in the field, what did you mean?
I don't recall using the term certain circles. Could you remind me of?
Sure. I forget what the question was, but you said that you were being recognized as perhaps one of the pioneers in dissociative identity disorder within certain circles. Do you recall saying something like that?
Well, I can transpose it a little bit. I have done the chapters in the past. I guess over the past maybe 15 years now, in the major psychiatry textbook, the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry. Initially by Friedman and Kaplan, and then Kaplan and Stauch, and I have, for example, I've published in the last two editions, I did the chapter on antisocial behavior, criminality, and violence, and I also have written, but I think it's the 11th edition, has not yet been published, but I have in press the chapter in that particular textbook, and I think that's pretty generally agreed upon as the most accurate and relied upon textbook in psychiatry in this country, maybe anyway.
So, and the circles you're talking about is the field of psychiatry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to practice psychiatry in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to conduct forensic examinations on defendants charged with criminal cases in the state of Colorado?
I believe I'm recognized as an expert and permitted to do that, but I don't have a license in Colorado. I've tried to maintain, for the most part, maintain licenses where there is reciprocity. And all these states where I have mentioned, I'm not licensed in each of them, but usually on the basis of places where I've for years, I continued having a California license, a New York license, and a Connecticut license because they tended to be reciprocally recognized in other states. And hence, I could testify there, but I do not hold a license in each of these states. And indeed, I'm now just retaining my New York license because it's fairly expensive to have a license in each state. And if should I need to, I can, I can reapply, and there is reciprocity usually.
So we're clear. The answer to my question was no.
Well, the answer is I don't have a license here, no, but I've been permitted to testify in cases in states in which I do not maintain a license, because it would mean 50 licenses.
But it would also mean that you would be regulated, right, by those state agencies that regulate psychiatrists who are licensed to practice in those states.
There are only, to the best of my knowledge, the reason that I, from very early on, the reason that I took out a California license
And
was
Doctor, I want to.
well, in order to be recognized.
Can you just answer my question about Colorado? Okay.
Yes.
There's nobody that can regulate you in Colorado because you're not licensed, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that I believe that your medical boards or your boards in psychiatry could certainly license me for the purpose of, say, testifying in a case, to be recognized as an expert, but I would not have to pay, say, $500 a year to 50 states in order to maintain a license there. But there is reciprocity in almost every state. In California, you have to have your license within 2 years, or it's very hard to be recognized there. Therefore, I've tried to maintain licenses in places where if I did not get them early enough, there would be a risk of not being recognized there.
Did you contact anyone in Colorado to see if you had reciprocity in the state of Colorado?
No, I did not. It was my understanding that that there were only, I could be mistaken, but that there are only two states, Florida and California, where it is really very important that you actually have a license and pay for it every year in order to maintain your license there. But otherwise, there's everywhere I've been, there has been reciprocity. I didn't even question it here. I assumed that this had been ascertained. Am I mistaken? Is it different here?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I believe that that there is reciprocity if your credentials are good, and if you are board certified. Your board certification is kind of a recognition that you are trained, prepared, and competent to work in that state.
But Colorado would have no authority to reprimand you, for instance, if you did something wrong as a psychiatrist.
No.
No, the objection sustained. Move to a new area.
When's the last time you've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychiatry?
I am not a forensic psychiatrist.
What fields have you been qualified in the past then?
In psychiatry.
When's the last time you treated someone as a psychiatrist?
Oh my goodness. In the past year.
Do you do that as part of your retirement? When you say you're semi-retired, do you treat patients as well?
Yes, on occasion I will, sure. Or will consult, or by and large now I do more diagnosis and consultation and less ongoing treatment.
That's my question, Chair. Thanks.
Witness will be, Mr. Tellini, you wanted to proffer this witness as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis, let's just clear that up. You need a license to practice medicine in a state if you are treating an individual, correct? So if you were providing medical care and trying to help somebody with their problem, as opposed to just seeing what their problems were, that's when you need the medical license.
Well, I'm not sure it's restricted to that. I'm not positive that you would define it that way because of reciprocity. And you know what one might be able to do is get a time limited period in which you could treat a patient. I've never been in a position where that's been an issue or where that's in question, but again, the reciprocity recognizes that you're competent to work in these states in your field.
And just to be clear, I didn't contact you hoping that you would treat Ms. Stauch. I contacted you to see if you would evaluate her.
Yes.
Okay. And you've not provided any type of medical treatment other than the evaluation to Ms. Stauch.
Right.
Okay. When I contacted you regarding this case to see if you would assist, what type of information then did you seek out or were given before you came out here to perform the evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I would have to look at.
And if it's okay with the district attorney, may she refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. In addition to interviewing for 14 hours,
Yes.
And consulting with a social worker, investigator, with you, and reviewing the reports of Drs. Torres, Gray, and Grimmett. I've looked at incarceration records and nursing records and these kinds of jail documents. I've looked at correctional psychiatric records and also at whatever records were produced by clinicians who were working with the prosecution. And I've reviewed nursing notes, handwriting samples, signatures of Leticia, and I've looked at whatever medical records were available, police reports, FBI reports, the autopsy report on Gannon, and a review of the prosecution's witness tapes.
Okay. And all in all, that I believe it was about 6 different binders full of paperwork that we actually mailed to you.
Yes,
Does that sound about right?
I think so.
And so it was quite a bit of information that you reviewed even before going to see Ms. Stauch.
Hundreds of pages.
One of the things that did some of the unusual facts of this case kind of perk your interest at all?
Could you clarify?
Well, as far as the violent nature of the assault on an 11-year-old boy, the fact that he was then transported to Florida, the fact that...
Notice the meeting.
No, I think the witness asked whether he could clarify, overruled.
The account of the different...
Could you start that sentence over?
Sure. As far as unusual things that kind of perked your interest, so to speak, the violent nature of the offense, of the assault on the killing of the 11-year-old boy, the way in which the body was transported to Florida and disposed of, the numerous different stories that Ms. Stauch had given trying to explain the disappearance.
I wouldn't characterize it as piqued my interest. When I get a case, I study what is in front of me, and there are many different details in a case that are far more interesting than whether somebody did some of the acts that you're describing or whether the body was handled in certain ways. I can't say those particular things piqued my interest. The case itself it's always interesting because it's not. There's so many reasons and combinations of reasons that lead to bizarre and violent behaviors that I can't say that one thing piqued my interest more than another.
And you came to Colorado Springs to do the interviews of Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And you did about 14 hours of recorded interviews with her?
I think so.
Okay.
You timed, I did not time.
Okay. And one of the things, actually, these interviews were done at the El Paso County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And I was actually present there with you while these interviews were being done.
Yeah.
Object is to leading.
That part is, you can ask her who was there.
Who was I there?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you wanted me there for these interviews?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One reason that I very much like an attorney or attorneys or people involved in the case to be there when I'm there is I want them to see what I see. I don't want it to be my description of what happened because my way of seeing it may differ from your way of seeing it. And therefore, I want the person to see it, particularly in unusual cases, in the sense that cases where people will be skeptical of findings, for example, in dissociative cases. These are cases that, as you know, are areas where there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of questioning, so that I like the attorney also because he's going to be presenting the case. I may not have anything to do with it. He may fire me, but he's going to be involved. And so I like the attorney to be there. And then there's one other reason. It's safer that way. And it's taken me a while to learn this. When I was a whole lot younger, I was a whole lot sillier and a whole lot braver. But I like to have attorneys there or someone there with me so that I'm in a safe place and I can relax and do my thing.
Were there any precautions taken about where I was seated to kind of prevent me from influencing things?
Well, I can tell you what I do all the time.
Yes.
Okay. And I assume I did this with you. And again, I didn't always do this.
Okay.
It came by hard knowledge. I had worked on cases where the attorney sat wherever he felt like sitting. And there was a particular case where I was sitting facing the defendant at the time, and the attorney was seated behind me, so that he and the defendant saw each other eye to eye, and I didn't see what the attorney was doing behind my back. And it became clear to me after a while that something was going on there, nod, nod, wink, wink. And it's not like me to do this, but at some point, if I may be less than polite, I said, wait a minute, cut the crap.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on here? I said, if you two have stuff you want to talk about with each other or whatever, go ahead. But it was clear that there was communication going on there, and I could not rely on what the defendant was saying, looking at me. And I left the room. I said, I'm going to get up and leave now, and you two talk about it. Go ahead. And I'll be back, and, maybe we'll go on, maybe not. And I waited for a while, came back in, and they said, yeah, they would stop this. And then I changed the positions so that I could see both what the defendant was doing and what his or her attorney was doing, so that there was no, as far as I could prevent it, there was no communication between the two of them. And so I did, if memory serves, this was recent enough so that I knew enough to place you. Is that correct? Is that where I did place you?
Well, and we have a stipulation for all the 14 hours of video has been admitted. And so if the jury wants to view the videos, they are going to be more than welcome to when they go back to deliberations, and they can confirm both seating positions and that there wasn't any crap going on. Yeah.
Mr. Young, is there a stipulation?
Yes, there is, Your Honor, and these are people's exhibits. I realize this is defense case, but
Yeah,
there's a stipulation to admit people's exhibit 729 through 734. 729 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning. 730 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the afternoon. 731 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the morning. Exhibit 732 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the afternoon. 733 is an interview that took place November 17, 2022 in the morning. And finally, 734 is an interview that took place on November 17, 2022 in the afternoon. I'll just give these to the court reporter.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Then exhibits 729 through 734 will be admitted. Mr. Cellini, go ahead.
Thank you.
Those are in CDs, not thumb drives yet.
They're thumb drives, actually, because they're larger.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, Mr. Cellini.
All right. And Dr. Lewis, before we kind of delve into the subject matter of those 14 hours of interviews, I want to talk about some things more general. I want to talk first about disassociation. And what is disassociation?
It's not an easy question. It's first of all, disassociation is not like one single fact. It isn't like a strep throat and that's it. There's a germ. This is what causes it. This is what cures it. Dissociation seems to be a continuum of the way in which the human mind works at different times. And we all, at times, dissociate. An example that many people will give will be if you're ever riding along a highway. I know I've done this where you're riding and you're thinking about one thing and you pass the exit where you were going. You intended to do one thing, your mind was on something else. And so you were somewhat dissociated from what was actually happening in front of you and then realized your mistake and corrected it. So that would be on a very ordinary day-to-day type of behavior. There's nothing abnormal about it at all. And at the other end of that spectrum is something that now is called DID. In the days when I started training, it was called MPD, or multiple personality disorder. And there, I can tell you what it seems to be and the way in which I understand it now. We do not have a good understanding of the physiology of it, of the way in which the chemistry of the brain works. We don't have a perfect understanding of the way in which the neurotransmission works. There's a lot more to learn about it. But it looks as though, first of all, we do seem to know what causes severe dissociative disorders. When very young children, even infants, are subjected to early, ongoing, relentless physical and or sexual abuse, where it is intolerable, where you can't cope with it anymore, the mind seems to self-hypnotize. Now, colleagues of mine would maybe use different terms to mean the same thing, that where you kind of self-hypnotize, and it is as if this were not happening to you, it's as if it's happening to someone else. Examples of this, some of you may have had these because these experiences occur occasionally at random, but sometimes an individual will picture looking down on himself, let's say from a ceiling. It's as if the person or the mind gets away, and they are looking down at the person to whom some kind of unpleasant episode is occurring. That is a kind of dissociation where you have psychologically, I can't tell you how, physiologically or in terms of neuroanatomy, we don't know that yet. But it does seem to be a biological, a physiological phenomenon that occurs. And so for a while, it's as if this is happening to someone else. Now, in the very serious kinds of cases that I've seen, it's very common for the individual who seems to have kind of split off from himself and not be there. It's very common for that other aspect of the person to take on the characteristics of the abuser. And it's this may be why it's so astonishing and why it takes so long for people to accept that this does happen, but it does happen. It is extremely common for an alter, if you wish to call the other entity that seems to split off psychologically. Not really. There's only one body there, but psychologically split off. And that is very often the abuser. And this is why, well, when I do teach about treatment,
Yeah.
If you know this, and if you're sophisticated about this, you never speak ill of the abuser. Now, you may know from the data that have been acquired and the histories from different people, you may know for sure that yes, indeed, this person was abused by another, let's say by a parent, by a father or something like that. You never badmouth the abuser. You just don't do it. And the reason is that the mind operates in a puzzling fashion so that if you, in fact, in the first case where I ever recognized this, if you don't realize it, and if you badmouth the person, you say, oh, he's terrible, and someday we're going to get rid of him. This is a very naive way of trying to treat. You don't do that. Because remember, there is another entity, there's another process going on simultaneously. And that other process is saying, you don't need me? Oh, sure you need me. I'm going to kill her. I'm not, and by God, I've had cases where the split has occurred and the alter has said, jump out of the car. Go ahead, jump out of the car. And where a child has tried to jump out of the car and has been saved. So you don't play favorites. In fact, you find yourself saying, if you are trying to communicate with both entities at one time, you may even say, I know, let's say Sam, I know, Sam, that you've had a tough life and things haven't been good for you either. We'd like to know more about that later on. But meanwhile, please do not encourage Susie to jump out of the car. And so that, one of my kids teases me and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. But think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual often are aware. Not always. Sometimes it's too painful and the split is different, and the alternate entity is not aware of what's going on. But sometimes they are. And so in the interest of safety, you don't badmouth. And we understand, I'm sure you had your reasons for whatever you did to so-and-so, and we'll talk about that another time. And this is the best I can do to really explain to you how this happens. I believe that in the decades to come, that probably more of this will be understood, that as we get better equipment and better ways. By the way, we have tried to look at different EEGs of different personas and to see, can you really see a different electroencephalogram going when a person is in an altered state from another state? My group has not been successful that way. There have been disagreements among them, but there are others who believe that they have been able to distinguish these differences. I'm not convinced yet, so that I can only tell you what we see, what we observe, and it's a very powerful phenomenon. Even though we may not know exactly how it works biologically, it can cause disastrous effects.
And in kind of your experience in diagnosing and treating people with DID, do the alters generally have some awareness of each other? Or does that vary?
It varies. That's such a good question. It does vary. Which is, why also sometimes there are alters that have little groups that are aware of each other, and there can be another that is not aware of, one group is not aware of the other, or the other person is not aware, or entity is not aware of the others. So that I can't generalize, but I have seen both. I've certainly seen where it's not uncommon for in cases of homicide, where one aspect of the individual will not be aware that the other has committed a heinous kind of act, and then there will be others where they do know what happened. And
in part of the DID phenomena is in some degree protective measures to keep some memories kind of hidden from some of the other alters. Could you talk a little bit about that?
To think about it,
for example,
in certain instances, I've seen several serial murder cases in which when a different entity is operating, is in control or seems to be in control, that entity may be the sweetest, nicest guy you ever met. And you will, if you read a little bit about it, about different cases, that sometimes serial killers are not recognized because when they are not in that homicidal, murderous, enraged entity, they are perfectly sweet, and in fact, they can talk about ethical issues and be critical, and I think that it's probably one of the reasons that it's very hard to catch serial killers, because much of the time they're not in that state, and you'd never guess.
Well, because in that situation like that, if somebody does suffer from DID, they may present in a manner that they seem completely innocent because the memory of a horrible act is stored somewhere else. Would that be accurate?
It as far as they know, then they did not do it.
Yeah.
And then they don't look as if they did it. And, this is probably one of the reasons why it is very, very hard for clinicians, not just for lay people who have not trained in this, but for clinicians to believe that this is possible, because it is so unbelievable in many ways. But it does occur.
And could that explain a situation where, well, specifically in this case, Ms. Stauch commits a horrible, violent act, and then only hours later is appearing very charming and interested in finding Gannon to the police?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Let's go back. We'll back up and we'll circle back around to that, Dr. Lewis. Are there any conditions with dissociative identity disorder that can be comorbid? That
can be
comorbid, that can go along. You can have DID and other conditions.
Oh, of course, surely.
What would some of those be?
Well, one of the commonest, maybe they're mistakes, maybe they both occur at the same time, but experts in this field have written about schizophrenia and DID, and they can occur. At least from what I've read, they can occur. I can't attest to this because at the moment I can't think of a particular case of mine where that exists. Certainly, we have seen we ran a clinic for dissociative identity disorder at Bellevue. After a while there, it became clear that there were enough patients coming through where they needed a clinic like that. And there were, we saw a fair number of patients who suffered both from bipolar mood disorder and dissociative identity disorder. So those I've seen go together. Then the other thing is, anything that can happen to the brain can happen to the brain in and of itself. And the dissociative disorder may have originated years before and had its own etiology, but sure, you can have certain kinds of brain damage. You can have certain kinds of epilepsy. You can have, so yes, you can have more than one disorder.
And also, how can having a traumatic brain disorder with DID impact somebody being possibly violent?
Could you repeat it?
How could having a traumatic brain injury comorbid with DID impact somebody being violent?
It's been well established over the years. This isn't new psychiatry or neurology, that different kinds of severe damage to the brain can be followed by impulsivity and a loss of control and often violent behaviors, and any number of injuries to the brain can cause violence. Separate from that, a child who has been abused and tortured and enraged and made to feel helpless and then made to dissociate can become violent, can misperceive what is happening, can blame an altered state and attack that altered state, or can misperceive another person as an enemy of some sort, so that they do seem to be somewhat different, because one seems to have a psychodynamic quality to it, but there's something about injuries to the brain that have been reported again and again in terms of subsequent lack of control, not just of violence, but of other impulses.
Going both to the 14 hours of interviews that you did with Ms. Stauch and the collateral data that you had been provided, what were you made aware of about her upbringing, about growing up?
I did not interview any of her relatives myself. I don't believe I did anyway.
But do you remember getting some reports from the social worker, Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
But I'm going by what I have gotten from other people's interviews.
Okay.
And several people seem to agree that, first of all, that she came from an extraordinarily violent household, including that of her mother, Deborah, and her mother's tendency to latch on to males in her environment who were extremely abusive, and abusive to her, but also apparently abusive to Leticia as well. There was one man in the mother's life who apparently pushed Leticia into a shower and beat her naked in the shower. It was these kinds of grotesquely physically, and I would call that sexually as well as physically abusive. Also, there were several of her relatives who spoke about aunts, uncles, great aunts and uncles, known as grandparents or whatever, who gave her enemas repeatedly. By the way, this is a question that not a whole lot of psychiatrists ask, but it's very important because it's one of the commoner ways that sodomy occurs in the torture of abused kids.
Well, in fact, she detailed it was actually an uncle, but it was actually her grandfather, detailed you being given enemas by him almost on a daily basis. Do you recall that? Do you recall her describing that to you, of a grandfather giving her enemas almost on a daily basis?
I do. And I recall her saying this. And also I recall, I think I'm not mistaken, that she also gave enemas to Gannon. And she also perceived this as something he wanted her to do. so that it certainly has a sexually abusive as well as a physically abusive quality.
But
to it.
she did not perceive these daily enemas as being sexual in nature as far as when they were given by her grandfather, correct?
Objection, leading.
I don't know.
Okay, jury will disregard the answer.
Do you know if she perceived these enemas as sexual that her grandfather
I
gave
don't
her?
know. I don't know enough about that, and I don't have enough others to corroborate what, as far as they could glean,
Okay.
her reaction was. So I don't know.
What did she, let me rephrase this. Would the manner in which she described and other people described her upbringing be consistent with the environment that could foster DID?
They could foster,
Dissociative identity disorder.
as far as I know, again,
Yeah.
because I didn't get this firsthand. I have to go by what other people told me. And it sounded as though the household was a madhouse, that there was man after man. Not only did the mother get hooked up with very violent men, but my recollection is Leticia herself got hooked up with violent people. And that it was it was very hard for me to even keep track of the names of the various people, because there were numerous males that were aggressive toward various members of the household.
Did she specifically describe any type of molestation dealing with her stepfather, James?
James, if memory serves, she could not refer to him as father or even as James. She referred to him always as Jackass James. And it was as if that kind of made it possible for her to even refer to him, but with great disgust. I believe that he was one of the people who was involved with sexually molesting her during several years of her childhood. And so that he was one of the people who sexually molested her, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you recall that he molested her up until the time that she actually took off from home?
According to my notes, she left the home at about age 15. But also, I have in my notes that she would run away into the woods and hide from this person, that she was terrified of him. And then at 15, that she actually left him.
Did she describe to you events or coping mechanisms that she would employ that would be consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Coping mechanisms. I'm trying to understand better what.
Well, I mean, did she describe to you things that would be consistent, just in general, consistent with dissociative disorder?
I hadn't thought of it so much as describing as kind of witnessing things. For example, when I was interviewing her over a period of time, suddenly it seemed to me that she was speaking Russian. I don't speak Russian, and it only had that lilt to it. I didn't have words that sounded Russian, but it looked as though she had switched into a different entity. I think she believed she was speaking some other language, but I don't know what that was. And but I can't define in my head exactly the moment at which she did it, so that I can't tell you what the coping mechanism was. But that would be a coping mechanism to suddenly switch into something that made you more comfortable and got you out of whatever situation you felt you were in at the time.
Did she describe any alters to you or other personas?
She did. The one that I remember particularly is she referred to somebody named Maria, and Maria apparently was a physically abusive entity, and when she, my recollection was that that I actually heard her speak, and that she was harsh and angry and hurtful. That, yes, she did refer to, and in fact, it made me wonder whether, when I first saw that, I thought, have I just met the aspect of her personality that killed Gannon? And it's a speculation. I don't know, but at the time, she is the one that is most closely allied with violence, as I recall.
Would it be unusual for alters to kind of be distinguishing on who they allowed themselves to be presented to? Like, for example, I mean, would an alter maybe less willing to come out to different evaluators?
I think that's probably a general statement. You could say but I can't say anything terribly useful.
What did she describe to you about? Let me back this up. Did she also describe, and you also see evidence in her medical records of possible traumatic brain injuries?
Yes.
There was a car crash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was also a time where a bookshelf fell out.
I'm going to check this deleting.
Oh, I'm going to allow it because it seems like it's foundational at this point and it's leading up to something.
And medical reports where a bookshelf had fallen on her head and she had lost consciousness for 15 minutes.
My recollection of that was, I don't recall the medical part of it so much as I believe that she was in her teacher mode. She is quite an amazing young woman in this way, in that she's not stupid. And there are times when she seems to be able to function as a teacher or whatever. And I believe that she was in a classroom, kids had left, and I think that a bookshelf fell down on the back of her head. She fell down, and I believe she lost consciousness. And so it was a fairly severe injury to her head.
Could you talk about her description of the kind of the events leading up to Gannon's death?
Which one?
Or the events that she related to you?
You know, it's hard for me to distinguish which I read and which she related to me, because they did kind of go together. She gave some of the most peculiar descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon. That, for example, at one point he's missing; she doesn't know where he is, and then at another point, a man named Eduardo comes in, rapes her, and I believe absconds with Gannon. And at another time, she talks about, I think that he was a pedophile, somebody whom she had Googled, had somehow found on the internet. And I think that that he was one of the people who had absconded with, or who had harmed Gannon. There there were numerous, you'd say almost mindless descriptions of what might have happened to this child. And what puzzled me was when you talk with her, and as if you've seen any of the pictures of her tapes, this is not a stupid girl. She is intelligent. She is in certain phases, certain states. She is able to reason, apparently logically, and to speak clearly and coherently. And yet she makes up the darndest stories that no ordinary person of below average intelligence would expect to be believed. So that, there is a puzzle. Do you know, after I thought about all of it together, I thought, I don't think she knows what happened. I don't think she knows. And I think that, as asked at different times, this is what came into her head and this is what she produced. But I don't think she knows for sure what happened.
Could that be confabulation?
Confabulation is when you have no memory for what happened. It's commonest in alcoholism and things like that, where the brain has been damaged in such a way that memory is impaired. And then many alcoholics will just ramble on and on about something and will give a story, and they will fill in parts that they can't remember, and they maybe don't even know that they're filling it in. And so her saying this could be a form of confabulation. I don't know whether at the time that she says these things, she believes them, because to you or to me, they make no sense. They're silly.
Did she, back to the events in questions and how she was describing it to you, what did she describe symptoms that could, or experiences or perceptions that could be similar to psychosis?
Oh, I would say similar to that, by definition, would be categorized as psychotic.
Could you talk a little about those?
Sure. Well, one of the commonest psychotic symptoms that we're all familiar with from books, TV, would be, let's say, hearing voices, or let's say talking to people that are not there. And at least to my understanding, psychosis is a belief that someone has that most normal people do not have. It can be a perception. It can be hearing something that none of us hear. It can be believing something. It can be a kind of paranoid belief or what have you that doesn't make sense. It can be an auditory sound that you don't hear. And she not only could tell about talking to different beings that were not there, but she puzzled things up a bit because she also, I believe, talked to God. And there are a lot of us here, probably in this room, who at times have thought that, gee, we talked to God, or we thought we had an answer, or we wished we did, or we didn't. So that you can't simply say that her having talked to God was a psychotic symptom. It may well have been. What I found more convincing in terms of her psychotic symptoms were things that she didn't tell me about, but I read through the I guess they were kind of nursing or guards notes from the correctional institution where she was.
The jail.
From jail. And there were several times that different caretakers of one sort or another looked in the room and found her talking to someone who was not there. And this was not as though, as far as I knew, she didn't know anyone was watching her or she wasn't performing for the galleries, that she was talking with somebody and there was nobody else there. And there were several episodes like this, and those are psychotic symptoms. In dissociation, you get this when it's very common for an individual to hear alternates talking with each other or talking to him or talking to her. So that I think that the kind of auditory hallucination that you often associate with, say, schizophrenia, it has a more physiological, a more biochemical quality, and also it's often treated with medication that tells you that something is going on that is responsive to chemical intervention. This is different from hearing dissociated entities talking with each other. As far as I know, that doesn't respond to medication.
Did she? Well, how did she describe? Do you recall how kind of Gannon starting the fire and how that kind of impacted her state?
I was a bit confused by it, so I'm not positive. I can only share with you what I remember. I think there was a candle on the floor, and I think that some of the carpet burned. And this is separate. There was a different fire at another time that apparently really traumatized her, but we're talking about Gannon at this time. And I believe that she also said that Eduardo was the carpet fixer, perhaps even he helped put out the fire, I don't recall, and that then there was an attempt to cover up the fire that had occurred. But I think that she thought that he had started it with a candle.
Do you recall her describing after the candle fire incident, it was at that time she started having visions of her stepdad, James, being alive and her seeing him? Being alive and her seeing her stepdad, James.
I don't recall that it was that time particularly. There were times that she saw him. I think there was a time she was driving a car and she was on the highway and she saw some very large figure. But I can't recall that was specifically the time she...
Well, that would have been the next Monday that her and Gannon were driving, and you recall her describing that she actually saw James on the side of the road at that point in time.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you recall anything about her, any visualizations or something that could be a visual hallucination that she recalled that occurred in the day or so after the fire?
Yes. I recall that I thought it was out the car window that they were driving, and I thought it was a large figure of some sort. There's also, she had a visual hallucination of some entity with a cape. These are hallucinations, and because she sees them, the rest of us do not see them. That has to be considered a psychotic symptom because it is beyond reality or the reality that we know. She did have episodic psychotic states.
Was it at all of significance to you that the excuse when she called herself into work that early Monday morning, that it was, the excuse she said was, my stepdad has been killed in a car crash.
This I categorize in my own brain as one of her least believable concoctions of what happened or what must have happened. To the best of my knowledge, this stepdad had died perhaps 8 years prior to that, and yet she was going to his funeral that day. Surely this is, first of all, it would be stupid if she were a stupid girl. She is not stupid. To give that as an explanation as why she can't do this or why she can go there. There is something about the way her mind is working then that is distorted and is not in touch with reality. I can't tell you whether this is part of a dissociative episode, or another psychiatrist might want to call it a separate psychotic episode. I think you had some psychiatrists who diagnosed a borderline personality, and many psychiatrists who think about borderline states think about episodic psychoses. And certainly I couldn't argue with interpreting that as an episodic psychosis.
Do you recall her switching to the persona and talking to you in the persona of Maria?
Yes.
And you recall what Maria told you about what happened to Gannon?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall Maria, well, not necessarily what happened to Gannon, but Maria shooting somebody who she perceived as a Cape person?
You know, I'm going to object as to leading. She just said she can't remember, and the counsel's leading her.
Well, that's true. You do have to ask the other question of would it help to refresh your recollection? And you can use anything to refresh your recollection, but it did not say that you saying that would refresh your recollection. So you need to ask that question.
Would me describing what Maria said refresh your recollection?
I think if I read what Maria said, I would that would refresh my recollection. But I do not recall exactly that. I can recall my own thinking around that time where I thought, was she in the state of Maria when she killed Gannon? And there was something about the way in which this was depicted to me where I thought, my goodness, have I met the killer alter? And so there was something about the way in which she spoke of this that led me to think that I had very likely met the most violent and most dangerous alter.
Yes, Dr. Lewis, did that summary refresh your recollection at all towards what the persona Maria had related to you?
Yes, somewhat.
What did Maria relate to you?
What is written here is what she said.
Okay. Well, do you recall independently that?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is incoherent. It is
non-responsive.
Well,
Saying, if you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question. That's what you need to do.
And no, so let me rephrase that then, Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall the exact specifics of what she said, what can you recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Yes, I can't recall the exact specifics because it is disorganized and confused and difficult to remember. But I recall her kind of reassociating all over and she talks about her grandmother and family shooting things out the window and always needed people to guard funerals, that it had a chaotic quality, and it happened shortly after, as I recall it, shortly after I became aware of her seeming to move into her Maria persona and her more aggressive, more more scary persona, and then it is just rambling and doesn't make sense and incoherent or psychotic.
Now, in fairness, there were other things that you would have liked to have done in your examination. Could you talk a little bit about those? About as far as like an MRI or an EEG?
Correct.
Why would you like those to have been done?
There were aspects of her memory, her behaviors, her descriptions that are consistent with certain kinds of brain damage. And for example, there are certain things that are so close in terms of dissociation and neurologic impairment, and let's say what are called psychomotor seizures, where prior to a confused state, or prior to a state where you are aggressive and moving kind of automatically but violently, prior to this, there's often a state of wooziness and dizziness, which, as I recall, she described. And following these kinds of episodes, the individual, and this is with what are called complex partial seizures, but also it can be with dissociation, the person does not have any memory of what occurred. First, there is what is called an aura. Then things happen. Very often they can be aggressive things, they can be repetitive things. And subsequent to that, the person does not remember them or remembers them in a confused fashion. And the reason that I would like very much to have been able to investigate that is, if it were, let's say if we were able to get the electroencephalograms that I would like to have had done, if indeed you saw that at a certain point, what were normal electrical activity changed and the rhythm changed and things were off and were not the way we normally think. And then it ceased. If you could combine that, because that would have been signs of abnormal brain activity. And then it would have been very possible, very likely, that during the time at which Maria or an entity of Letitia, whatever it be, that during this time when the child was being stabbed, that her brain was in an altered state, and that there was no way in hell that she could have stopped what she was doing. And the other thing is, she would not remember it. And a classic part of Maria's situation is she doesn't remember what happened. I'm not even convinced she knows she did it. And she certainly can give a variety of what you've called like confabulations, just kind of wild stories where her head just goes in different directions. I think that if she could have documented this, there is treatment for it. Whereas we're in a lot more trouble when we're dealing only with a dissociative identity disorder. That's a very tough one to treat. It takes a certain amount of experience, talent, what have you, and investment for a long period of time. So that it matters if you find out that this is what's going on in the brain and you can target it with something to improve it, you're going to see a difference in her whole behavior.
And it was frustrating to you that I was unable to line that up for us, correct?
She on relevance.
Overruled.
It was frustrating that I wasn't able to make the EEG happen for you, correct?
More than frustrating.
And just so that the jury knows, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid for your time.
Not yet, but I hope so.
Okay. You're being paid by the state agency that I work for.
In theory.
In theory, hopefully. And the agreement is to be paid at $300 an hour.
I thought it was $350 an hour.
I'll have to talk with my supervisors about that. But that's a discount from what you would normally charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Despite not having the EEG or the MRI, in your report, you indicated that Ms. Stauch was one of the most mentally ill people you'd ever come across.
Yes, the most complex.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. The more I study her and the more I remember what happened and go over it, she has such a variety of different signs, symptoms, and behaviors. She has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors of a dissociative identity disorder. She also, if you follow the material, as you recall, I could not remember it clearly. If you follow the parts that I couldn't remember, they're confused. They make no sense. They are psychotic. They're incomprehensible by an ordinary human being. And if they were to be read aloud to you, you would not make head or tail of them. So that I find this complicated. And it would have helped me if I could have at least eliminated or included a particular central nervous system dysfunction that I could deal with. It's always fun for a doctor to be able to treat and to be able to make something better. And so far we're not able to do that.
Despite that, are you able to come with an expert opinion regarding her sanity at the time of the death of Gannon?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I think that she was that assuming that this area is about the time that Gannon was killed.
Yes.
She was psychotic at the time. She was not in touch with reality, and she did not. I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't know whether she even knew what she was doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean.
Mr. Young.
What's the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, Doctor?
I believe that you must know the nature of what you have done and that it was wrong, and that also I think that you do add on a bit of the Durham decision, which has to do with if you cannot control your behaviors, such as to comply with the requisites of law. I believe that that is also part of an insanity defense here.
Did you look at the statute regarding insanity for the state of Colorado prior to rendering opinions in this case?
I did, but I would have to look at it again to look at it. And I've also discussed it with others, which is why I added the Durham decision and the ability to conform your behavior, because to my mind, in many courts where I've testified, that is no longer accepted. But it was my understanding from the attorneys that that is also an aspect of insanity, the inability to conform your behavior to what is required by law.
Is that the aspect that you used in rendering your opinions in this case?
That is only one of the aspects.
Well, tell us the elements. This is what you're here for. You're here to testify that this defendant was saying at the time she committed this crime. I'd like you to explain to the jury now what law you used in rendering that opinion.
Would you permit me to read it, and I will tell you what aspects of it I
You're the expert.
concentrated on. By and large, I used a McNaughton definition of whether the person knew the nature of what he or she was doing and that it was wrong. And so that was my, that was my orientation. And then I was pleased to learn from the attorneys that also the inability to conform one's behavior to the requirements of law was also part of the definition in Colorado. The accuracy of that, I don't know, but we have discussed it, and I've said that I was surprised. I was unaware that in the other states, that since the Reagan shooting, I had thought that most of that was not any longer recognized, but I was told by the attorneys that that was one of the other factors that played a role.
As you sit here right now, do you know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado?
If you would show me show me as it is written out, I will tell you whether this is what I used. I can't say it to you verbatim, but the idea has to do with whether you knew the nature of what you were doing and that it was wrong.
Well, clearly you have experience in testifying in criminal cases. You said 100 or 200 times, right?
Right.
And so you know that when you write a report, that report comes to the prosecution, comes to the defense, it goes to the court, correct?
Yes, usually.
And in your report, you want to put what the legal definition of insanity is in the state of Colorado, because that's what you're here for. That's what you're here to testify about, correct?
When you have written a complete report with all of the data that you require to come to that conclusion, and then try to go word by word with the definition, yes, you would try to use that. Here we were using as much data as we could get. And again, if I'm mistaken and it is not an understanding of the nature of what the person is doing and that it is wrong, then I've made an error.
Well, this is what you say about insanity in your report. You say, based upon the evidence that I reviewed, in my opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the homicide and the days following, period.
That's right. And I believe that at the time she was psychotic. And whether you use the McNaughton definition, whether you use the Durham decision or a variation of it, she was psychotic at the time. I believe she did not know what she was doing. I'm not certain she even knows that she did do it now as we speak. Okay. And that it was wrong is, if she doesn't know that she did it, the question of whether or not she knows it is wrong is, is something that can be debated. But I think that she does not appreciate the nature of what she did, or that it was wrong and that she is guilty of having murdered Gannon.
So she's guilty of having murdered Gannon, but she's legally insane as well. Is that what you're saying?
I think that she murdered Gannon. I shouldn't use the word guilty. She murdered Gannon. Again, I think you're teasing me a bit. If you would just rephrase that, I can tell you whether, because you're making me feel, gee, maybe there's a totally different definition here. But from our discussions recently about this, what had struck me most about Colorado was that you also included an inability to conform one's behavior to what was required by law. I don't know if that's wrong, but this is what I discussed with her attorneys, and part of at least what I have gone by. In addition, I believe that she did not know the nature of what she was doing.
But you knew when you came here, you're coming to Colorado, you knew that your opinion would be applied to the law in Colorado, and you knew this jury here would be listening to your opinion to see if what you had to say made sense with the law.
Yes.
You've done that to 100 to 200 times, correct?
I would guess,
And
yeah.
I've read your other reports. In your other reports, you define what insanity is in that particular state, and you explain in your report why you think someone was legally insane at the time based on the law. Why did you not do that in this case?
You know, I would have to look at the definition, and I'm sure once I look at it, I can tell you why I did not use the exact words that perhaps are there. What a reason why, in plain English, I did not. I believe she was insane is that she is psychotic. When someone is psychotic, they are out of contact with reality. They do not know the nature of what they are doing, whether it is right, wrong, or indifferent. And she is and was psychotic, and therefore she was insane. If you wish to give that a different flourish or something different about it, I very much doubt that what I'm saying to you will conflict with what you're saying. Is there some reason that her being psychotic and not knowing right from wrong or what she was doing, that this is not insanity in your state?
Did you write this report, doctor?
Of course I wrote the report. I wrote, this is not a complete report. I wrote, I wrote it, sent it, and had it typed. Yes.
Typed it.
I cannot tell you who typed it.
Who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Mr. Tellini.
What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
You have them.
And I'm asking you a question, doctor. What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
I sent him a brief report. Initially, there was an early title that is a preliminary psychiatric impression, and then subsequently modified it to try to include anything that I had left out. If after he saw my initial report, if I had left anything out that I thought should be there.
What you left out in your initial report was your opinion with regards to insanity, correct?
In my initial communication with him, absolutely. I gave him what I had up until then.
And you requested in your initial evaluation that you wanted an MRI done, an EEG done, as well as a neuropsych exam with several tests that you listed in your report, correct?
Right.
And you wanted those done before you rendered an opinion as to insanity in the state of Colorado, correct?
I wanted it before I testified, yes.
And none of those items got done.
No.
Yet you still issued a second report claiming that she's insane without any definition of why she's insane.
Well, I gave you the definition that she is psychotic and gave you the data to show it, but I did not write it in the form in which I would if I had all of those data to include in it. And I did not have them. And, I could not include as it was my understanding that the court refused to finance the EEG and the MRI and the neuropsychological testing. So I gave you as much as I could from
Let's talk about that. On October 13th, 2022, you were scheduled to come testify to this court about why you wanted an EEG and MRI done, correct? You recall that?
No. But say that again?
Do you not recall being asked to come testify with regards to why you needed an EEG done and an MRI done in this case?
I do not know what you are referring to. I have no idea what you're referring to, because I would have been pleased to at least talk on the phone to the judge or whatever. I begged to have these things done. I can only tell you that. And I would have spoken to anyone who wanted to talk to me about it.
Well, you were contacted well before February of 2022 on this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And you were contacted before Ms. Stauch pled not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
Right.
And she pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th of 2022, correct?
I'm assuming your dates are correct, yeah.
And you didn't do anything on this evaluation until November of 2022?
I worked as hard as I could to get these. In fact, I called the neurologist for free, Dr. James Marikangas, to discuss the case because I could not get funding from this court to get these tests done. So I called and discussed it with him. I contacted Catherine Yeager, Dr. Yeager, the neuropsychologist with whom I've worked for 30 years, and worked with her and spoke with her and got as much data as I possibly could. And I begged her attorneys to get this. And their answer was that the court would not pay for those tests to be done. I had never heard, in fact, I said, I've never heard of this before, but it did not occur to me to pick up the phone and to call the judge. I didn't even know who the judge was, but I was told I could not get this and that I must get something in by then. So I didn't even call my initial contact a complete report on it. Well, I'm trying to see what I called it. I called it initial psychiatric impression, right?
Right, yeah, because you wanted that information before you rendered an opinion as to insanity, correct?
That is true.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like the court to take judicial notice that on October 13, 2022, the request to have an EEG done, an MRI done by defense was withdrawn, and we did not go to hearing on that.
Mr. Tellini, defense position? Court will take judicial notice that on October 13 of 2022, the defense withdrew its request for an EEG in this case,
As well as MRI.
as well as an MRI.
Were you ever told that?
This is news to me right now. So
And of course, if this would have been done, it would have been 3 years after the crime happened.
it would have been later, yes.
And so there'd be a gap between the time of the crime and the time the MRI and EEG were done.
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened in the jail within that time period that may have caused damage to Ms. Stauch's head.
This is just speculative. It would have been extremely helpful to get those data and then to see whether they looked like the kind of material that was something that would have been long lasting or something that was sudden, so that I can't really speculate on that. I did want it done then, and it mattered then.
But it didn't get done, and yet you still rendered your opinion, didn't you?
I rendered and I've described what I know about the case, and I've given you my opinion of it. Yes.
Despite what you wrote in your book, guilty by reason of insanity. You're familiar with your book, right? That it's easy to fake mental illnesses, especially when it comes to dissociative identity disorder. And that's why you want collateral information like an MRI or an EEG to corroborate, correct?
It's not exactly correct. You don't get that to corroborate dissociative identity disorder. No, you get that to corroborate neurologic or neuropsychological impairment. No, you don't get that for dissociation.
Page 108. You've probably heard this a million times when you testified, I would imagine, right?
I don't know. You'd have to.
Okay.
I don't.
Let me read it to you. Psychiatry, as every prosecutor who has ever cross-examined me has never hesitated to point out, is a soft discipline compared with the harder medical discipline of, say, neurology. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, there it is.
The difference between neurology and psychiatry is analogous in some ways to the difference between hard neurologic signs and soft neurologic signs. Sound familiar?
Yes, go ahead.
An MRI shows abnormal mass in the brain. The EEG shows localized spike and wave complexes. In other words, evidence of brain damage is clear. Remember saying that?
Or I should have said of brain dysfunction. I said of brain damage.
Yeah. You said evidence of brain damage is clear.
Correct. Should say of brain dysfunction.
Okay. What did you mean by that? Is that why you wanted the MRI and the EEG?
Of course I wanted that, but not in order to, you would not get a special, as I said to the jury, you would not get a special MRI or EEG based on a dissociative disorder. If, however, you do get this abnormal MRI or EEG, you then start looking in another direction and you start thinking, not only may we have dissociation, but there is some kind of documented brain dysfunction. It's operating differently. And so you would like that because you would have, Mr. Tellini would have a lot easier case if he were able to document that a lot of her signs, symptoms, and behaviors are the result of abnormal electrical activity. And or, as in a recent case that I did early, I think
And Doctor, I'm going to stop you there. Let me stop you there, Doctor, because I want to stick to my questions here, okay? The EEG or MRI could have shown nothing as well, right? No brain damage.
That's right.
And that would also help you in forming your opinion as well, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly would not have confirmed a documented neurologic dysfunction.
And so all you had to go on is really Ms. Stauch's self-reporting to you in the forensic interview that you conducted.
Well, that's simple. I can't go along with that. That's all we had. But we did not have the additional neuropsychological and neurological data that I would very much have liked and I would still like. And I had no idea that this was ever withdrawn. It was my idea, or it was my understanding, that the court had refused to grant the funding to have these things done, which in my experience is a first.
Well, now you know what happened, though. So why do you keep saying you know what happened?
I don't.
The court just took judicial notice that the defense withdrew their request.
I know what you're telling me, but it would be presumptuous for me to say I know now. You've put me in the middle of a debate that I can't enter into.
$350 an hour. You now know you're being paid $300 an hour.
75 if I'm traveling or whatever. So in theory.
How many hours have you billed on this case?
I don't know yet. I have not even counted. I don't know.
Why did Mr. Cellini contact you? Did he tell you?
I assume because he thought that I was reputable and experienced in this field. I think he also became aware that I existed because of the documentary that was done on my work and my life.
About dissociative identity disorder?
No, about all of my work.
When you advised him that you felt there was enough evidence for the defendant to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, what did you base that on?
I based that on, probably in my own head, I based it on the McNaughton rule, which would be that she did not know the nature of what she had done, and or that it was wrong, and also subsequently, after discussing it with Mr. Tellini, based on the Durham decision that she did not have control over what she was doing, that she could not conform her behavior to that which the law required.
How did you know that back in February of 2022 when you hadn't interviewed her until November of 2022?
I'm sorry. I would have to look over what I had looked at and what I had, what I had reviewed up to the time. And I'm sorry, I can't give you the dates so that we can.
Well, did you review anything prior to talking to Mr. Cellini for the first time about the defendant changing her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity?
I'm not aware of his having changed a plea. No, I assumed, in fact, when he called me, that he thought that probably that there was an insanity defense here, and I did not think that he had one. He was pleading not guilty first, and then changed it to NGRA. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, it isn't that I don't remember. It's that I assumed when he called me that he suspected that there was that she was suffering from a severe mental disorder that conformed to the criteria for insanity.
And when that happens, you had done hundreds of forensic evaluations with a lot of people who are on death row, some serious big-time murderers. Is that fair? There's a difference between a death penalty case and a homicide case, correct?
Yes.
Death penalty people are the worst of the worst?
Oh, it depends on what your state is like. No, it doesn't depend on the worst of the worst. It depends on what the law is in your state and the humanity of your state. It doesn't depend on the worst of the worst.
So people who kill and commit serious crimes are usually charged with death penalty cases. Is that fair?
Say that once more.
You tell me. What's the difference between a normal homicide case and a death penalty case?
Where the state in which you commit your offense.
Well, tell us about the people you evaluated on death row. What kind of crimes did they commit?
Murder.
What kind of murders?
It varied from probably the most common thing. It would have been a grocery store murder where somebody got kind of upset, hung up, and shot a clerk. They were a death sentence did not correspond to the grisliness of a murder.
Well, in your opinion, a death sentence never responds to the grisliness of any murder, correct?
No, I do. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
I beg your pardon?
Are you pro death penalty?
I really try not to take a position on it. I just kind of call the shots as I see them in terms of of the offense and what the person did. But but I do not take a political stance. I don't think I ever have.
And as a matter of fact, you've always been contacted by defense attorneys to do these evaluations, correct?
Not always, but usually.
Have you ever been contacted by a prosecutor to come in and say, testify as an expert?
Yeah, when I worked at the court clinic, and I testified for the court. When I was the head of the court clinic, I was testifying for the for the state. And when I worked at Bellevue, when I was asked to evaluate, I was testifying by and large for the city. If I testified
Back in the 60s and 70s? 1960, 1970s?
Oh, no. 2003, I finally, after 20 years of commuting, I stopped commuting there. But no, it was up until 2003.
Have you ever done an evaluation on someone on death row and said, you know what? No issues here. The death sentence should go forward?
It is not up to me. I've never been asked that, so I've never had to.
Well, have you ever done an evaluation that says, I find no mental disease or defect in this individual?
Yep.
Tell me about that. Who was that?
I don't remember the name, though I believe that I spoke to Mr. Tellini about it. And by God, it turned out that the guy hadn't done it. But
This is someone who didn't even do the crime?
Right, but his attorney did not believe it. And it turned out, I learned ages later that it was dropped and that he had not committed the crime.
You did an evaluation and said there's no mental illness involved in this person?
I did. And I should tell you that, may I expand on that a little bit?
Sure. It'd be nice to know the name so we can confirm.
I don't know the name. I think it was Chicago. I was going to tell you about finding this person who had simply not committed the murder. I'm sorry. I don't think I have anything to add to that, except that did happen.
We'll move on if you're okay with that. You all right?
Right.
Okay. You talk about the first time you experienced dissociative identity disorder in your book, Guilty by Reason of Insanity. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And you describe it being a really a life-changing experience for you, correct?
Well, it was an eye-opener.
In fact, you even wrote that looking back on other evaluations, you probably missed it. You probably missed diagnosing several inmates with dissociative identity disorder based on what you did on this particular individual.
Right, and I think I explained to the jury, I have no question, I have made my mistakes.
Do you remember that individual's name?
Marie Moore?
I'm sorry?
Marie Moore?
Marie Moore. And you talk about Marie Moore in your book. Do you remember that?
Very well.
Do you want to describe what you write in your book about how you discovered that she had another persona?
Is that?
I can. Why don't I ask you if this is consistent? So you're interviewing her, and she's committed a horrible crime, and you're trying to get to whatever mental illnesses she might have. You suspect that she might have dissociative identity disorder based on what her attorney tells you. Is that correct?
I don't suspect it. I am told it. I don't suspect it. And I made several phone calls to people who knew a lot more than I believe one was Cluft, who is, I think, the country's, well, one of the national, experts in this. And I called colleagues and discussed the case with them. And I thought, I just don't, I haven't seen this and I don't know if it exists, but okay, because the attorney asked me whether I would do this. And I did. If you want me to explain what happened,
Let me, and
how I
between two of
discovered,
us,
yeah.
okay?
I beg your pardon?
Between the two of us, I think we'll get out what happened. But going into it, you had quite a bit of skepticism, even though the attorney is telling you they got multi-personality disorders, because that's what it's called at that time.
What they said was that some people thought that she may have this, and they said that people that she had spoken to, kids who were around where she lived, said that at times she sounded like a man and that she asked to be called Billy. That was what they knew. And that's what they told me. And so they said, Dr. Lewis, while you're seeing her, check up on multiple personality disorder. And I thought, right. I thought I had never seen it, and I didn't think I would. And so I did go to see her, and I could find nothing that quite went along with what I understood. This
So
would
and you're asking her, hey, I want to talk to Billy. And Billy, talk to me. Or words that
No. I don't think I'll tell you when I remember. This is about 100 years ago.
This is back in the 1980s, just so, is that fair?
84 or 86. Yeah. Well, that tells you how long it took me to even think maybe this could be it. But I asked her, based on all these very wise people I had consulted, I asked her whether, I said to her, there are people who say that sometimes you want to be called Billy or what have you. And she said, yes, people have told me this, but I don't know. And I said, many people who have been through the kinds of things that you've been through, many people have been bothered, like sexually by other people or whatever. Has anything like this ever happened to you, whatever? No, Dr. Lewis, never. Nothing like this ever happened to me. So finished, done with evaluation. But no, it did not happen. And no one ever did this. And we talked, and I do need to see a patient more than once and for a while. So I said, I really need to leave now. There was an investigator had driven me out and put his head in the door and said, we have to leave. And I said, Marie, I'm so sorry, but I have to leave now. And but I will come back and I will talk to you again. And she said, don't leave. She said, there's something I have to tell you, very much as I'm telling you. And so I sat. I do have endless patience when time has, does not just stop at the end of an hour. So I waited, and I said, I just can't stay. I have a lift. I have to go. Marie, I will come back. And I promised you we'll talk some more. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And so I waited. And then, as is my wont, I picked up my little yellow pad, and because the guy was waiting outside, and I said, I'll be back, Maria. We'll talk again, but I have to leave. I got up and stood up, walked toward the door, put my hand on the doorknob, and opened the door. And behind me, a voice said, don't go. And it was chilling. And, I turned around, and by the way, I thought she and I looked a bit like they were in the days of the big glasses, and, you kind of looked pretty simple with big full glasses. And I turned around, and instead of this kind of wimpy looking girl with the glasses looking at me, she had changed, and she was sitting with her legs towards the door, her hands on her knees, and, in a masculine kind of look. And she said, "Don't go. There's something I have to tell you." And she put out her hand, and I put out mine, and I took hers, and I said, "Billy?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Wait a minute." And because I was scared, I had not seen this before.
And Doctor, if I can just stop you there, just so I can have the record be clear. So when you're referring to things that Billy said, you're using a male voice.
Yes, I'm imitating it as much as I can.
Okay, I just want the record to reflect that. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sometimes better at it than, but it was this harsh kind of thing. And I kept the door open, and I don't remember the man's name. I said, "Mr. So-and-so, don't go. There's someone that needs to meet you." I really meant there's someone I need in here to kind of protect me. And the investigator came in and sat, and he said hello, and he said, "Billy." I forget who said which first. And he sat down, and then we talked a bit, and I guess he had said Billy, or I said Billy, and he said yes. And I then asked some of the same questions that I had asked before. And I said to, if memory serves, I said, Billy, when I was talking with Maria, and she said that so-and-so had never bothered her sexually. I said, did anything ever happen to Marie or whatever? And the only way I can talk about it is saying Billy. And Billy said, I said, "Did the father ever do anything?" And she said, or he, "Sure he did." And she said, when she was, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4, he put pencils in her rectum. When she was, I believe he said 12. When she was 12, he had sex with her. And it had been denied. Marie had absolutely denied this. I could have left there, decided that the attorneys were crazy, and I was not, and left, but this happened. And so after talking a bit with her, I said, "We do have to go now, but I will come back, and I will see you again." And I did come back, and I did see her again.
And you eventually diagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder, or multi-personality disorder, as it was called.
Well, multiple personality disorder was what the term was then, but it was pretty convincing.
And so how many diagnoses?
There was one other thing that went on there.
I want to move on from that. I think the jury gets a picture of what that evaluation was, but needless to say, that was the first diagnosis that you made, multi-personality disorder, which is now dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
How many diagnoses have you made since then?
Oh, I don't know, because we subsequently ran a clinic at Bellevue, and I remember it must have lasted for about 5 years, and my recollection was because it made no money. Somehow the fields I go into are not the most lucrative.
Oh, no, $300 an hour sounds pretty good to me.
It depends how long, whatever. And anyway, what I can tell you is that Bellevue closed the clinic because it was not supporting itself. And that's a very big deal now. And by that time, I was surprised they would do this, because we had 100 cases at that point, that month at Bellevue, in that particular clinic, there were 100 cases. Now, this may be piddling for an ordinary clinic, but for a particular specialty kind of clinic on an offbeat disorder, I thought that it would at least support itself, and it didn't. And so I can say that we had, at the time, there were 100 visits. I should say there were 100 visits to Bellevue to that clinic. So that gives you some idea of the number of cases that came through. And the clinic lasted for only about 4 or 5 years. And of course, at first, there were very few. And then as we became better known around Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, more patients were referred. But we didn't always make that diagnosis. Obviously, you could see patients and they didn't have them.
But you made that diagnosis more often since the Marie case.
Of course.
Would you say 100 times?
I really don't know. It would be a guess, but certainly I know how to interview better now. I know how to interpret things better now than I did then. And, if you ask how many I missed, I probably missed more than I ever made.
Have all those diagnoses been in criminal cases where someone's facing criminal charges?
No. In fact, our first case when the clinic opened at Bellevue was a 4-year-old child from our kindergarten or preschool there, a child who was referred to the clinic and who indeed.
In criminal cases, do you have any skepticism going in that the person may be faking dissociative identity disorder?
Always.
Tell us about that.
Just that you always have to be skeptical about it. Well, just even about your own skills, not just whether somebody's faking or not. You have to you have to be appropriately modest about your skills and your ability to recognize it. Sure.
And in your book, you write, alternate personalities leave evidence of their existence all over the place. Mm-hmm. Jonathan, who is the neuropsychologist, is that right?
No, he died. He was a professor of neurology at Yale,
okay,
and then at St. Elizabeth's.
You say Jonathan and I have been able to trace clues of multiple personality disorder all the way back to early childhood.
Yeah.
Teacher reports, social service records, medical charts, letters to friends and relatives, journals, diaries, drawings, all pieces of the puzzle that, when fitted together, reveal the picture of a divided, often fragmented mind.
It often did. Correct. What I'm saying there is that you get data. In fact, I noticed that in some of your reports, I think there were references to certain kinds of SCID, interviews and things of that sort. But what I was trying to say is that when we make a diagnosis, I pretty much insist that there has to have been evidence that this existed long before I ever set eyes on the person or the person set eyes on me. And very often you will find writings or drawings or all sorts of evidence that somebody has produced, or even signing into hospitals, all sorts of things. And I insist that whatever it is, have, or try at least to have evidenced itself long before they saw me, because you're very open to being accused of suggesting and of giving someone an idea that, oh, they must have this because you can suggest it. And this is why, at least in our clinic, we would search for evidence that antedated any contact with us or with our clinic, and still do.
And that's why you would never want to suggest to a defendant that you're doing a forensic evaluation on that they may have some kind of mental disease or disorder, right? Is that what you mean by not suggesting?
No, by not, by just looking back, because you can usually look back and find evidence of, let's say, different names and different signatures. You can very often, you can find different artistic styles and different signatures at the bottom of them. So that you look back so that nothing you did influenced what you used to make your diagnosis. And it's how we try to at least be certain that we have not created anything that wasn't there.
It seems to me then family members might be very relevant to interview with regards to not their loved one.
If they would.
Dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Well, there's one fallacy there, which is very often the abuser has been a family member. And with Marie Moore, the father would not allow the mother to come in or be seen alone. They came in together, would say next to nothing.
Well,
And
I'm going to talk about this case. Okay?
well, but family members are not necessarily the best in the world. Far better is looking back at what the person himself or herself has created prior to your
The person who created that may have a reason not to tell you the truth, right?
wrong.
Wait a minute here. You just said a few minutes ago that you're skeptical going into these interviews because people who are charged with crimes may have a reason to fake it. You don't remember saying
And
that?
that is why you would have your data antedate any crime, any contact with them, because you can't retrospectively malinger. And it's vital for everyone to remember that you cannot retrospectively malinger. Oh, gee, I'm going to sign this painting differently because 10 years from now, I'm going to commit murder. Come on.
Well,
That is why you cannot, that's why you don't just take something that was produced after you met with the person, while you look back and you beat the bushes for any data. Letters, old letters to people, letters to and from, old social work records, old medical records where you signed in for some procedure.
What about a daughter named Harley Hunt had been with the defendant her whole life, every day of her life? You don't think it'd be relevant to talk to her to see if she saw any signs of dissociative identity disorder?
Oh, sure, it would be very helpful.
So
And
what did Harley have to tell you when you talk to her?
I asked the attorneys with whom I could speak, and I was not put in touch with any of these people. And so I did not use them unless if they had years before made some kinds of notations about the person, that would be kosher. You could probably look at that. But
You say in your book that there was a case in Florida you were subpoenaed or asked to come and give opinions on, and the wouldn't do what you asked them to do, an MRI, EEG, logical testing, and you refused to testify. Remember that?
I don't remember which case it was. No, this was written when? In 86? I don't.
Well, why didn't you do that
I
here?
don't recall that case.
Why didn't you do that here?
I tried.
Why didn't you refuse to testify? Because you didn't have done what you wanted to have done.
Perhaps guilt. I don't know why. But
And speaking of that,
no, I probably should have.
you were to be here at 9:00 this morning. Why were you not here at 9:00?
I don't know. I was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I was told that at the last minute that I was not to come until last Friday. I do not know. The timing is someone else's.
And your report was due on February 13th of 2023 with regards to insanity. You know that too, don't you? You know there's discovery requirements for your report when you enter a criminal case of this nature, that you need to give us your report 35 days before trial, correct?
No, this is new to me. However, I did the best that I could. I could not provide you with what you wanted until I got data. And even when I did not get the data, I did the best that I could with what I was given.
And you provided, or at least somebody typed up a report that was given to us 4 days before we started jury selection. Do you have a disregard with the rules here? What's going on here?
I don't think I have a disregard for the rules.
Do you have an unconscious bias with regards to dissociative identity disorder?
An unconscious bias of what? What are you talking about?
Based on your evaluation, Marie, and all the other diagnoses you make, you go into evaluations thinking, I'm going to look for dissociative identity disorder.
No more than I'm going to look to see whether there is bipolar disorder, whether there is brain damage, whether there is seizure disorder. No more.
What does crazy, not insane mean?
Crazy, not insane means that there are individuals who have very severe mental illness. Call it crazy, but they are not considered insane because they may not meet the criteria of that particular state or whatever it is, so that they may be crazy as a bedbug, but it does not fit an insanity defense, and the insanity varies, as you know, from state to state, so that you can be quite crazy in one place, but not insane.
So you can commit a murder where there may not be any motive or any reason why that person committed the murder, but yet you could still be legally sane. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's what I said, no.
And you commit a murder that may not have a motive to it and still be legally sane. For instance, when a mother shakes a baby, what's that baby? No reason other than the baby crying. The person still be legally sane.
Can the person be sane?
Yes.
Depending on where this occurs, yeah.
Is that what you mean by crazy, not insane?
That is only one. That's only one small.
There's millions.
What?
There's probably hundreds of crimes that fit that category.
I think they're probably more crazy than insane disorders. How's that?
Okay. Legal insanity is a pretty high calling.
Depends where.
Well, I talked to you about Colorado, but I'm not sure we can.
Now I'm going to have to go look up the exact rule. I take it McNaughton does not fly in Colorado?
Well, let me ask you a question about these reports that you alluded to in one of your answers. You said, based on what your expert reports said. Do you remember saying that in one of your answers?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Well, what reports are you referring to?
I don't know what report you're referring to.
Well, there's only one report with regards to insanity in this case other than yours, correct?
As far as I know.
That's the report by Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Correct?
Didn't you say one of my reports? Aren't they people that are from your side of the...
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're on our side?
Because they work for the state.
Okay. Well, you work for the state. You're getting paid by the state.
I don't know whom I'm getting paid by, but I assume that they're working on your side because you have asked them. Had you asked me to evaluate Leticia, I probably would have said yes. I'd be glad to evaluate Leticia.
Would it surprise you that the court is the one that actually asked the state hospital to do a neutral evaluation?
No, it would not. However, when you ask the state to do this, the state is the one that is, the people there are being paid by the state. And it is usually with that slant, just as when a public defender gets a case, it is usually slanted in that direction.
Are you basing that just because they found her legally sane at the time? That somehow we brought them into this case?
No, I'm not basing it on anything. I don't know them. I don't know.
You're quite familiar and you've testified in other murder cases where the prosecution actually goes out and hires an expert. That person comes in and testifies on behalf of the prosecution, correct? Like Park Dietz and Associates.
That's the only thing, the only person I can think of. So
that didn't happen in this case, did it?
I don't get it. I mean, Park Dietz is Park Dietz. What?
So you have no idea how Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres became involved in this evaluation?
I'm assuming that they were requested by you or by the court to do this evaluation.
You said that you read 100 pages of police reports?
I didn't recall giving a number. I said hundreds of pages of different reports.
How long did it take you to get through all that information?
Hours.
Thousands and thousands of pages, right?
I don't know, hundreds certainly.
Reports from the FBI, correct?
I would have to go over it. I know I carried a suitcase here that weighed probably over 100 pounds, but I don't know how many pages.
Reports from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? You review those?
Dozens and dozens of reports, yes.
What about reports from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Did you review those?
I would have to look over this again, because again, I looked at these a while back, but I did bring them with me. So if you wanted me to look over what I have with me, I can tell you.
Well, tell me what you recall reviewing.
I would have to look at them. I don't recall the name of each place and each organization.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about him being in an interview room while you're conducting the evaluation. You remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember giving 3 answers? 1, want them to see what I see. That was your first answer, correct?
Right.
And you knew this was being videotaped, correct?
Right.
Why couldn't they just watch the video?
In my experience, it is helpful for me to have the person who is responsible for the case to see what I see. Another reason would be, I've said to them, try not to interrupt me if you can avoid it, but if there is something toward the end or something that you feel I need to know that I've just failed to ask about, please feel free to ask it or ask me, can you ask it? So that there are a number of reasons why I like the person to see what I see and also to enable me to see what he or she sees that I may have missed.
Well, isn't it kind of awkward because the attorney there is the one deciding to pay you based on your work? Doesn't that make it awkward for you and the defendant to be in the same room with the attorney as you're doing a forensic evaluation?
No.
And you certainly would not want the attorney to interject and become part of that evaluation, would you?
There are occasions when it's very important, when something vital is left out. And if the person were not there, I would not even know enough to ask later on. So
would you consider that to be an unbiased interview if the person who's working in the best interest of the client is asking questions during the forensic interview?
I think it depends what the questions are. I think I told you in an interview, I've said, look, if you two are going to continue with this, let's stop now and I quit. Talk about it with each other and I'll come back, so that I try very hard not to play along.
You said the second factor was dissociative cases. There's a lot of skepticism prevailing in the case. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sure I have many times.
What does the attorney have to be in the courtroom to alleviate that second factor of yours?
It's very important for him to see what I see. For example, in this particular case, Leticia's accent changed and became incomprehensible. And it's important for me to have another person see what I see and then say, did you see what I see? Or something of that sort, so that it is helpful.
You don't think that has an impact on the defendant? Having you tell the attorney, look at that, did you see that?
Do I do that? Have you ever seen me do that? No, because I did not ever do that.
Judge, I've asked the witness to allow me to finish my question.
You need to wait till he finishes his question, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
You don't think that would have an impact on the defendant and her ability to act a certain way based on what you're saying, her attorney in the room at the time that she's saying things?
Could you repeat what you said first about what I said and what he said and whether it would...
Well, we're going to see the video here in a minute. We're going to watch the video.
Yeah.
My question is, do you think it would have an impact on the defendant's ability to act a certain way based on what you're telling her attorney in the same room?
I do not believe that what I do or the way in which I do it on occasion, if I want the attorney to be there or someone else from the attorney's side, I feel that I am more likely to find out the truth than if I'm on my own and I have failed to pick up something. I will often say, wait until the end. If you can wait until the end. And then please raise any questions you have that I may have misunderstood or may have been wrong. But I do this in the interest of trying to learn as much as I can.
Do you think the attorney might have an interest, in your opinion, in the outcome of that interview?
Of course.
Did you have any safety concerns when you're interviewing Ms. Stauch on those 3 days?
I think that just the very fact that I have somebody there tells you that I always have enough sense to try to keep myself safe and calm so I don't have to worry about my own safety.
You interviewed her hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 days in a row. By the time you got to the third day, do you feel a need to have an attorney in there with you for safety reasons?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a case I had a while back, I actually was flying out to Florida for, I forget what part of the case it was, late at night. There was a woman attorney with the patient, and by the time I arrived at the prison, the patient had attacked the woman. She had been alone in the room with this person whom she knew well. It's an eye-opener and it's a lesson, and it can happen. And now here this woman had known the defendant for a long time. No, I don't think that I'm that good that after a few hours with somebody, I am perfectly safe. The other thing is with dissociation, a person can switch on a dime. And if you look at the tapes, you'll see that a person, just as they can switch an accent, and it just happens and you barely notice and then you see it, a person can switch on a dime in terms of how they perceive you. And you can be safe 1 minute. This friend of mine was stabbed shortly before I arrived there to interview the defendant, and I was not permitted to do the interview, and that was that. But no, I do not think that the third day I'm necessarily safe on my own. I would be a fool.
But you talked about someone switching on a dime. You didn't diagnose Ms. Stauch with dissociative identity. 2023. Why were you concerned about her switching on a dime if you hadn't made a diagnosis yet?
because I don't know when I come and see a patient what the disorder is. And there are other disorders in which someone can switch on a dime. And, or you could say something stupid or the wrong thing, and the atmosphere changes. So that, I don't know, maybe I'm a coward, but
I don't think you're a coward. Does everyone who is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, are they legally insane throughout the United States?
no.
Of course not, right? There's a spectrum.
I taught you that.
I went to school for 7.5 years. I might have picked up a few things. But anyway, there's some who are more severe than others. There's some that may not impact their life whatsoever, correct?
I don't know.
Because you only look at criminals, right?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
Your opinion is that something that happened over 20 years ago with Miss Stauch's stepfather is the origin of her traumatic stress that leads to dissociative identity disorder. Did I get that right?
No.
Tell us, what's the origin of
I
it?
do not know enough about what she suffered or experienced as an infant, as a child, as somebody growing up, nor have I spoken with her relatives, friends, acquaintances personally, so that I cannot possibly say that. In my experience, I'm staggered by how very, very early ongoing intolerable torture can create this. And you can sometimes you can get a hint of when it happened, because when the person is in a certain dissociative state, they may draw the way a 3-year-old does. And it may turn out that as you learn more, that maybe it was at around that time that that the major trauma occurred. But it's
Well, let me, and
I don't know.
to make sure I wrote down your answers right.
Yeah.
You said the cause is early ongoing physical and or sexual abuse that is intolerable. Can't cope with it anymore. Mind self-hypnotic.
It is as if you left out as if. It is as if the person has gone into a self-hypnotic state. I have used that term because for me, it makes sense. You will find others, experts far better than I, who may use a different term in terms of the way in which the mind changes. But for me, it is most understandable to say it is a type of self-hypnosis. Because, if you kind of think you are someone else and you're talking differently, it is like a self-hypnotic state. And is unconscious, it is not conscious.
Regardless, you indicated that these assaults happened back when Miss Stauch was 15 years old. Remember saying
No,
that?
I said I know only from other people's histories, and maybe one time where she told me from about age 5 to age 10, some things occurred, that these things have been documented by other people. I am not telling you when. I suspect that we don't know a lot of what went on early.
But we do know that she got a softball scholarship, that she got her doctorate's degree, that she...
Would you explain the doctorate's degree, where she got it and how?
Did you not know that she got a doctorate's degree, doctor?
I don't know if you count it the same. It was over the internet, and it was like Coursera or something like that. I think that you need to look at that a bit.
You know more about it than I do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
No.
Well, it was.
That.
I don't know, some of those big boxes.
Watch the videos. It's not on the videos.
It's not there. I don't know, but that's where she got it. That's where she says she got it.
But anyway, that didn't impact her ability to go through college.
Yeah, it did. Her college was also, I believe her degree was a computer, an internet.
And she succeeded in life, had a daughter, married twice,
Wow.
right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
Why would you say succeeded, married twice? This is not a victory.
she didn't murder anybody. She didn't murder anybody within that 20-year period.
But she managed to marry some really unpleasant people. I'd say those were big mistakes.
And just coincidentally, you come involved, and now all of a sudden, this event that happened 21 years ago is the cause for her killing an 11-year-old girl. Is that what you're telling us, jury?
No, I'm not telling you this.
Then why is it relevant?
We're trying to understand what happened and why it happened. And I'm just telling you what causes, in my experience, in my limited experience, what causes this kind of phenomenon. But I don't consider her having married twice inappropriate and less than loving human beings a success, nor do I consider her degrees.
When do you think her dissociative identity disorder started?
Wow. I don't know with her. If you were to ask me earliest, the first patient in our clinic was 4 years old.
You didn't think that was important for your opinion to give this jury when her diagnosis started?
Only if I knew it.
Okay, well, you reviewed the jail records in this case, right?
But they're incomplete, and we don't have enough data to say when this started, but you can be pretty sure that it tends to be early and ongoing and intolerable.
Well, it started when she said it started after June 5th when her competency was raised in court. You remember reading that?
It doesn't matter what she says when she says something started.
In fact, Dr. Torres specifically asked her during the competency evaluation, you answered a question a certain way about multiple personalities. Would you tell us about that? And Ms. Stauch didn't have anything to say. Remember that?
I don't know.
Would that be significant in your opinion?
I would have to know the whole context of it.
In fact, it wasn't until the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett that dissociative identity disorder became an issue in this case. Right?
I believe you. I don't know that for sure, but it certainly could be.
You reviewed the reports, did you not?
I did, but I reviewed hundreds of pages and I can't quote date.
Yeah, I don't know if the court, how much longer you want to go. It's about 10 till.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But it's up to you. I understand the subject, so.
I've got, we're going to get into videos tomorrow, so I've got quite a bit more. It'd be good.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You indicated on direct examination that it's very common for an individual to split off to take the characteristics of their abuser when they have dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I've seen it often.
Did you see it, Ms. Stauch?
I can't say for sure I saw that with her. I don't know. No.
Rita Sanchez has nothing to do with her stepfather. Would you call him Crazy Ass James or something like that?
What about him?
Jackass James. That's what it was.
Yeah, but did she turn into Jackass James?
That's what I'm asking you.
I didn't hear that or see it or what did you? I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, you said on direct that it's common, very common, I think you said, that individuals take on a persona of their abuser.
I said it is common, right, and it is common. But that doesn't mean that in this case it happened. I'm just informing the jury it is common, and I'm saying this to you so that you don't say, oh, we're going to get rid of so-and-so sometime because he's terrible, because he's listening when you're there. And it's not a good idea to do that. That's all.
Did you have any indication whatsoever that Jackass James was one of her personas?
I don't think that I got to know her well enough or see her often enough to say that.
You didn't ask her for Jackass James to come out and talk to you, did you?
No, I tend not to ask for alternative people to come and talk to me.
Well, you asked Maria Sanchez to talk to you.
Only because she told me Maria existed. I had not heard of Maria. And, so I would say, is it possible to talk to her, particularly because she did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character, and there are guns and there are all sorts of things. So that, of course, I would want to say, is it possible to talk to this person? I'm not saying I want you to talk to me, but is it possible for me to talk to so-and-so?
And the DSM-5 talks about a triggering event that causes someone who suffers with dissociative identity disorder to trigger that event.
Say that again?
The DSM-5 talks about a triggering event, something traumatic that triggers that individual to change personalities when they're diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
It can be, there can be any number of triggers.
What trigger did you use to have her change to Maria Sanchez?
I do not consciously use a trigger. It could be I have brown hair that's a trigger. It could be no trigger that I have done. It could be looking at the light there and there's a green light there. And a trigger is not, it isn't you press a button and that does it. But there are different things that have an association to a person and that may then elicit a memory and a flashback, and it could create a switch. But I don't invite a trigger.
But what you did here is, hey, can I talk to Maria Sanchez? And all of a sudden, fake accent comes out and she starts talking to you.
I don't even know if Maria Sanchez sounds, to me, she sounds Hispanic, and whatever talked to me sounded Russian without Russian words, but sounded Russian. I don't think Maria Sanchez and the Russian words were the same.
But what you said on direct is that she spoke Russian. You didn't say it sounded Russian.
I didn't. I said it sounded Russian. I would ask the jury to confirm this.
Why couldn't...
I said it were not words.
I just get one question in. Why is it that Dr. Torres can ask her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez? Can't change. She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change.
Magic.
Okay. Those are my questions for today. We'll start tomorrow morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything,
if I do, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know. I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well-respected psychiatrist, wrote about it. And it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait 1 moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
right.
Is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The original.
I did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociated identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No. That
didn't mean anything to you? Well,
that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you, let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school, notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that, any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where, we found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used. And that was used at different times.
And so if I could, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times, I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of...
I'm sorry.
Cell phones off, please.
I think it may be...
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be me. I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Votes up.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay. This should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
I'm going to give it to Eric.
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last.
I'll re-ask it. Ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Leticia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can
yesterday.
you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so, and I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letitia notes.
Dr. Lewis, Dr. Lewis,
Yes?
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
No. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letitia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Letitia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it, and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No. When
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
Well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning, yes.
And it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez, and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No. It was
written. Wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh, yeah, she was in an altered state. Well, no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well, here, yeah.
That family members, including her daughter, Harvey Hunt, her husband, Al Stauch, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
Before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting, and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said that
I think we got what your note says, doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters.
Okay. Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Ms. Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw the clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know. I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I've seen before with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is a section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? It'd be pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down. It moves back and forth. And a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
No.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Did you review the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done. No.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Something else. Yeah, okay. Here, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's Pupil 736.
You may. Recall it. It's in
Where it's at.
a single speed, if I remember right.
That's fair. She did. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to do. Here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you
Yeah.
this exhibit 736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
Yes.
picture of a clock?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, see what it said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it? 10 past 11. It's
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, we were talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime. And
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes.
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
And before and during. It changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to stop you again, doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching.
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
It's misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about a bookcase that fell in 2011 that's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be. It could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel it because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium. and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in the in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside of the skull.
I'm going to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different concepts.
Let's just stick to this
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And insanity.
You don't agree with me, doctor.
Well, no. All that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is, and you could have given another story, and I would have agreed with it, or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
No.
I'll buy that could be one. Sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. right afterwards, a person can say, "Oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened." There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? Describe that. How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of, quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at? What she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't. I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever. But
Yeah,
I don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. So that's the part of that. I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's that? So the boss returns, which, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
You ever seen anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed lackey, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, Doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Couldn't it be that you just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in one person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be doing.
I don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, I'll let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
The
Could
fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. You see sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing. But again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more. I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know. And I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. Oh, And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving the Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving the Petco again that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two. But I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just asking if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already kind of talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him. I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this.
Okay,
I can
well,
only
let's
say there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
The fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e., some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But,
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him, and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use judgment and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head, or why there was a gun, or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. it is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that it's.
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't
understanding.
know that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I think
to.
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head, because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Ann's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. And went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly sounds out of touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No.
Looking around.
Wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase? Particularly
if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic. Did she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembered. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is.
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and Al and her went home. That's what happened.
Yeah.
What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to conclude that. She certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one, and it was in the Tiguan, yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the Tiguan at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why he's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on our Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him?
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong in trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe. Don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview with you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got there?
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. It if a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy?
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
Exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the Ultima, but...
That Ultima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me, no.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has a capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? You go get it. I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest people.
Necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. You know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets, no one else. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body and the body of a child that you allegedly loved in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've been saying the whole.
I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
A bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. No.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course.
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
Of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would
There's a TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here. So you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then we'll start when you're ready.
From over.
We're going to go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little, and can we see? Can I hear this clearly?
You're going to be able to you're going to be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you
Right
here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips. Okay. And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try it from sitting there and see how it works out. And then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just
we have a pad or
Mr.
something?
Kinley,
Yeah.
While you're when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you take both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay.
That? Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we can
Yes.
see the image. Do you see Miss Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes.
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the photo. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is that?
That's Mr. Tlaney?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your attorney?
I don't necessarily call them names, but like I'll like say when you talk to like what do you call them? So like you call them the same. No, I mean for example, Mr. Meany or Josh. I call him Josh. You call him Josh. Yeah. Do all of you? Yeah. 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 Or sometimes like Maria call him Bendigo. No, like Maria sometimes calls him Bendy. She is called him B-A-D-J. Like if that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at. But they always asshole. Yeah. Really? Well, he's not really an asshole, but no, yeah, as far as I can tell. No, that's, I don't know Spanish, well, she doesn't, but no, she transformed. Well, only, yeah, the basic, but if you talk to her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria knows Spanish. Yeah.
That's it. Any other language?
No. I know that my friend said she's taught Russian to her.
But where did the city go?
I don't.
And you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you?
I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there, and I've had to adapt to them, and I know that I'm able to talk to people there.
I sort of with what they're telling me. I'm big John.
I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And I've been to Dubai. So
I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Thanks.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear. This looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay. How's that?
It's better. You-
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that way.
We can do that.
Okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What the date of this, just so I have?
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess. She wants to divide. She's a princess. She wants to divide. Is she? She's not a part of you, or she is. And so Jazz says, what part of you is that? She's risky. Like she doesn't look past her. Like very risky. What do you call? Like risky. Yeah. Like I'm gonna say it. Like go get me in trouble. Yeah. So that. Can't go out and party about it. Yeah. I'm not a part of it. You're not a part of it. So I was just getting with it. So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up somewhere end up on the plane. Do you know how you got to the plane? It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but I don't really remember doing all of it. You don't remember? I know it sounds crazy, but no, it doesn't. But like, okay, so like, if you see my credit card, it's like me, and I'm like, oh, okay. Obviously she did it because obviously it's under my name. It's easier, and my body's got to know that's whose credit card you got to be able to pay for it. But yet at the same time, like I won't know I've done it until I'm on the plane. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to this place or I'm going to that place. Find yourself somewhere. Not even the plane. I've been through a lot, even simply past. You just drinking wine and like, oh, I didn't hear Roman's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I've been a lot where my daughter's even texting me, like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and where one time I was in Jamaica. You were there, flying. No, I got off the plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and ended up meeting with a night. Well, so maybe Josh can look it up.
Hey, we stopped it at 1544. Okay. I was going to say I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there. So
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
or perhaps if someone could reread it and
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
great.
Okay. In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question?
Yeah.
Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something to see that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but I know myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
we're
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian at this point. But it's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of caught my ear from my Spanish. I too, did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of something it is that sounds speaks Spanish.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had, in fact, been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several which here
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview?
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
You know what?
Went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same thing I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir, she said.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska. So I was in real suffering. And that she Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I had down that he didn't. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. You remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to And just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay? Go ahead and play.
You're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and you're like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't. You know what I'm saying? This made this more. Is it possible that you did stayed? Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a low on mine. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm very for
Yep.
again, I did not see him. What? See him? Did you see him?
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it is. You know, you do get some pretty wacky stories about you think. There is a possibility she doesn't know clear then. What? Do you think that's a possibility? Oh, I said that from the beginning, that I all over the place because I really, same job. Is it possible you do that room on stage? When I was in what state? Country state in one of these states where you were involved. Oh yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Brandon. Like it was never like no, absolutely not. I love him and I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids who were coast to coast, country to country. Yeah. Like that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. It would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I am doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just going to ruin my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this, so I don't. No, very possible. It's just not what I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet. Is that day you're reporting? Yes. So I don't don't understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't buy somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had these kids in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body. Tell me what's going on. When you were in Australia. Yes. When? I think I told you 2017 or maybe 18. Maybe. How did you just go? I went with people. Look at my records to see where I went. Well, I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam, other people. And took care of dentists. So I don't think they live with us in. Sitting from time to time, they want to get away from this place. Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer, I just be on. It's because why I well, I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up also just taking everybody back home to South Carolina and taking care of everybody. Life was much easier like that. Because I can help there. No, they're no, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's mom. Yeah. Yeah, this is Gannon's grandma. She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person helping me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I call ID, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, great, I need to go do this. I could drop them up here for the day. I had support. My first talk with Josh, I asked him what he's well, by the way, what you said was there, counseling. And he said that he gave him a list of 12 different explanations that he gave for what happened when you went up. Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not. Yeah. And I'll have a nightmare about something, so I'll know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So when I wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so any of it, it's all running together. Because sometimes I don't know what's going on and what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute something can happen and I'll switch personality and someone will say in that other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, still not schizophrenic voice, and they'd be like my other voice, yeah, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, hearing somebody knock, being in the garage, and I'm gonna remember I being in the garage, I'm gonna look at the window, thinking someone's outside, seeing someone downstairs. That was the things I 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on. So that's what I guess was greatest dream or fantasy or that you have that influences what you think happens. But the real thing was just the neutral. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? It's people or something. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go for that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. Told me. I know, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing perseverance. So how do we know? Whether we're in some community state and it's not possible what happened. It's not going to work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. I don't care. But I see the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, because especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're sitting there lost. Because you're really knows. There are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. And where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do some ships. But in a sense, it's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for all of that. And, you got some sense. It's a lot of friends. But let's talk now. Why? I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
What is a crime? Okay. Because I wish I would have just lived when he asked me just to kidnap that. I don't know what face. I don't know about the face kidnapping charges. But who else to begin? He had wanted me to leave, not even tell our. God, I should have just did it. You think that's a brilliant idea? No, but at least we've been saved. At least we've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, whatever. Mommy and Anna, I could stay with you and stay with Mommy and Anna. It was fine. His mommy, his Nana, his Poppy, whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that with your mom? No, his mommy. Whatever. No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there. So we had to.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. And he was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? You gotta add that to the mix. Add that added onto me. Trying to figure out. I was trying to leave. But yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe. Because if I didn't want to leave them, I was safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Hannah, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money. Money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever cross your mind that maybe Dad was there? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off at London. I should have again. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands of the guard I've taken care of them. Okay? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she can get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, well, the woman can get custody back if I help her, because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help her get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. But if it's killing again, Kim doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Kim dying has nothing to do with that. But I didn't come up with any idea of him dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. That would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her. But talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts can't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose a battle. Should have just took them with me, started a school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become a better parent. That's what I should have did. Like that day. That's what I should have did.
Okay, we started at 147:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey.
Absolutely.
That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon, and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Toomey can ask you about that, okay? Is that fair?
I thought I was responding to it.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch? The fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. It's critical to say that there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or worse to that effect.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one-bedroom apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? I'm trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple of times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions? I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, but it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? They did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Knew already. It wasn't adding, oh, gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think is it possible? It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in a funny time. I didn't know what.
Okay.